Sound check number 1, presenter's laptop. Sound check number 2, clerk's laptop. Sound check number 1, presenter's laptop. Sound check number 2, clerk's laptop. Live sound check number 1, clerk's laptop. Live sound check number 2, presenter's laptop.
And quorum is in the room, and we are good to go. So we are live. Good morning, everyone, to our first meeting of 2021. That we hope will be a better year than 2020, and let's all have that aspiration and work towards that. We do want to acknowledge that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt, Covenant Belt, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live on the City of Hamilton's website and temporarily archived there as well. And a reminder that all electronic devices are to be kept in a non-audible function during our meeting. And Councillor Partridge has arrived. And members of council are reminded that the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting, you can submit other requests to speak if you require more time to ask questions a little later on or make comments. So let's go to the roll call and ask for attendance, starting with Councillor Wilson.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you. Good morning. Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Nan.
Good morning, President Maria Pearson speaking. Can you hold a moment?
Good morning, Mr.
Marula.
Mayor. Present.
Hey.
Good morning.
Collins. Good day. Councillor Jackson.
East Mountain Ward 6 has joined you, sir.
That's up on the hill?
It is on the East Mountain,
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I thought, yes. Good morning. Councillor Pauls. Councillor Danko.
Present. It is a sunny day around the world today.
Up on the hill.
Everywhere.
Yes. Yeah, a bright day for sure. That's true. Councillor Partridge is just arriving, so I'll call back. She just came into the council chamber here.
Sorry, I'm just on a roll call. I'll be right with you.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
I'm here.
Good morning. You are. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, Ann Castor on the hill is here.
On the hill. Thank you. Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson.
Good morning here.
And Councillor Clark. Probably looking to get reconnected somehow. You're there. I see you. Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Thank you all very much for your attendance this morning. And we are going to ask Madam Clerk if there are any changes to the agenda, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good morning. There are 10 added communication items. We have 7 pieces of correspondence for 5.21, respecting the Notice of Zoning Bylaw Amendment to Stony Creek Bylaw number 3692-92, concerning 1400 Baseline Road in Stony Creek in Ward 10. With a recommendation to be received and referred to item 6 of the Planning Committee Report 21-001. We have 5.31 correspondence from Ancaster Village Heritage Community respecting the rezoning and official plan amendments at 15 Church Street in Ancaster, with a recommendation to be received and referred to consideration of item 7 of the Planning Committee Report 21-001. We have item 5.32 correspondence from Cheryl Wickens Pierre requesting that council consider increasing the availability of washrooms which can be used by the public who wish to spend time outside safely, with a recommendation to be received. We have item 5.33, correspondence from the Honorable Doug Downey, Attorney General, in response to the Mayor's letter respecting the proposed cannabis retail store at 11 Hatton Drive in Ancaster, with a recommendation to be received. There is one added committee report, which is a staff report, item 6.8A, City of Hamilton Transfer Stations and Community Recycling Centers contract update. There is one added notice of motion, 8.1, a physician recruitment program contract extension, program coordinator and practice advisor and physician recruitment coordinator. There was one added private and confidential matter, item 10.2, appendix A to the report of 6.8, respecting City of Hamilton transfer stations and community recycling centers contract update. That is all the changes for the agenda today.
Great, thank you very much. Could I then have a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended? Looking for volunteers. Thank you. Brenda Johnson, seconded by Councillor Collins. Any comments or questions? If not, let's go to the electronic vote. Should pop up shortly. It is up and between the uprights. Football is on everybody's mind these days, so I'm sure we can weave in some football analogies while we're at it. Anyone having difficulty voting? Seeing not. Councillor Clark is still offline trying to get on, so thumbs up from Councillor Clark. Not there yet. Councillor Whitehead, not there yet. Thank you, and that's carried. Let me go to declaration then. Any members have any declarations of interest they need to acknowledge at this point? Going once? Not going for twice. Thank you. Those who have not noted, so you can, if you have a conflict somewhere along the line and you didn't realize it now, you can always acknowledge it at the time, and we will
Got on now.
deal
I
with it
got on.
accordingly.
Oh, great. I am on now. I see everybody. So,
Okay, Esther, if you could,
just hold on.
yourself on mute. Thank you. Much appreciated. We do have one ceremonial activity today, which is the B City Hamilton 2020. In 2020, the City of Hamilton was welcomed as the 39th designated B City in Canada. This designation reflects the City of Hamilton's commitment, along with community partners and residents, to work towards supporting pollinators, and by working collaboratively, opportunities and initiatives to support healthy pollinator populations will be realized. I'd like to thank the following community partners for helping to realize this designation and continue working with the city on exciting new pollinator projects. They are Jen Baker of the Hamilton Naturist Club, Beatrice Ikoko at Environment Hamilton, Barb McKean and Charles Briggs, Royal Botanical Gardens, and Cherish Gamble of the Hamilton Conservation Authority. So in celebrating the celebration of this designation, a video about the City of Hamilton's Bee City program and ongoing initiatives has been created, and we're happy to play that for you now.
My name is Shelley Candle, and I am the founder and director of Bee City Canada. It's with sincere gratitude and appreciation on behalf of Bee City Canada and all the pollinators that live in Hamilton region that I can present to the city councillors and Mayor Eisenberger the declaration stating that you are now a Bee City, joining the 44 other cities across Canada. Yippee! Now, how do bees get all the attention? So here's this poster to emphasize all the native bees that live in our backyards. I wish to also present to each of you a handmade belted bee made by a member of the deaf community. Working with the city staff has been a fantastic experience, and I am certain with their guidance, the landscape in Hamilton will provide more nesting sites and food for the pollinators, and certainly more beauty to be enjoyed by all the residents.
The City of Hamilton is honored to be recognized as a Bee City for the collective efforts of individuals, organizations, and the municipality in supporting wild bee populations. By expanding habitat, empowering citizens to take action to support pollinators and biodiversity, and celebrating success, we are making great steps in providing healthy habitats for wild bees. Here are some of the good things this collective has been up to. The addition of new pollinator patches in even the most habitat-void areas of the city have created essential pollen and nectar forming areas and shelter for a variety of insects and birds, including wild bees. While traveling down York Boulevard, you cannot miss the small parquet that stands out when in full bloom. Swallowtail butterflies, monarchs, wild bees, birds, and a myriad of insects bustle energetically around the well-maintained native plant gardens, the beauty carries on into the off-season with thanks to a stunning mural depicting pollinators in bright, bold colors created by children from Hess Elementary School under the design and guidance of community educator Gerton Bassam. The Pollinator Paradise Project has been building a network of native species habitat across the city since 2014. Expanding the Pollinator Paradise requires all hands on deck. Residents, faith groups, businesses, schools, and the City of Hamilton staff embrace the concept of a garden at the York Boulevard site, finding value in this conservation effort. At the City of Hamilton, additional properties have been the location for habitat enhancements. The newly established pollinator garden envisioned and planted by Hamilton Cemetery staff in 2019 has been drawing a crowd of visitors ever since, and it doesn't stop with bees. Staff have observed a variety of humans, hummingbirds, and butterflies flocking to the site as well. At Glanbrook Landfill, the wildlife team on site actively partners with city staff, the local conservation authority, and a community committee to manage buffer areas, pollinator gardens, and nesting structures for wildlife. The team initiated a multi-year program of planting numerous native tree species to reforest a section of the property. There have also been 3 pollinator gardens established on site featuring native plant species, and unexpected in one of the most industrial areas of the city, in 2016 the Pollinator Garden Project was implemented at the City of Hamilton Resource Recovery Center on Burlington Street. Since being established, this site has been home to a host of pollinators and a variety of wildlife species. This project has been awarded Silver Level Wildlife Council Conservation Certification. Trees Please is a project of Environment Hamilton and the Hamilton Naturalist Club. Since 2014, the Trees Please team and citizen scientists have performed tree inventories and collected air particulate matter levels in lower city neighborhoods. In 2020, through a free tree giveaway, 630 native trees were distributed and planted throughout Hamilton on private lands. As well, in partnership with the City of Hamilton's Forestry Division, 250 native trees were planted in Windermere Basin. There are many resources and opportunities in the City of Hamilton for individuals, businesses, and landowners who are interested in learning more or taking action to make a positive impact for pollinators. Royal Botanical Gardens offers pollinator workshops, courses, school programs, public tours, and activity centers for the public each year, as well as online programming on pollinators offered across North America. Royal Botanical Gardens has also created new pollinator habitat and display gardens in several locations across their 2,700 acres of property. The Hamilton Conservation Authority is continuing to update master plans and management plans for authority-owned natural areas, which outline activities to enhance biodiversity and support pollinators. The HCA Outdoor Education Program provides school-aged children with hands-on opportunities to learn more about nature and ecology and the important role of native pollinators, and the Hamilton Watershed Stewardship Program hosts workshops and attends events to educate the public about the importance of pollinators. They also work closely with private property owners to increase habitat on privately owned land, supporting the efforts of these landowners with technical and financial assistance. Hamilton Naturalist Club and Environment Hamilton also offer hands-on workshops to provide the practical skills needed to create pollinator habitat. As well, a free certification program is available to residents, recognizing the pollinator habitat they have planted. A new anti-graffiti wrap program was initiated in 2019 on Hamilton's outdoor drinking water fountains. To celebrate local pollinators, a select number of fountains were wrapped with pollinator images. These images work to deter graffiti and draw attention to the water fountain assets across the city, helping to reduce single-use plastic water bottle waste, all the while providing a talking point about pollinators. A large swallowtail caterpillar play sculpture was installed as part of the Alexander Park Playground replacement. The sculpture is definitely a unique feature and teaching element for the residents, young and old. In early 2016, A group of Hamilton gardeners and activists concerned about declines in population of monarch butterflies and bees decided that people who create habitat in their yards for pollinator species and wildlife in general should be recognized. Discussions with Hamilton Naturalist Club, Environment Hamilton, Royal Botanical Gardens, and Crown Point Garden Club generated enough enthusiasm to turn the idea into a pilot project, which is today known as the Monarch Awards. Many award recipients started gardening for nature after learning how they can help pollinators at a local workshop, and all recipients have one thing in common. They have created gardens that are beautiful and ecologically functional. Thank you, Bee City Canada, for the recognition of our flagship projects and programs in the areas of habitat creation, education, and awareness and celebration. The Bee City designation means that we, as a community of organizations, businesses, and individuals, are committed to protecting the health of pollinators. With many innovative initiatives and through collaboration together, we can all make a difference to support pollinators.
Excellent video, and thank you to the organizations for recognizing Hamilton. I'm just going to show you that we have been given a Bee City Canada declares the City of Hamilton plaque, I think indicating our collective responsibility to look after pollinators and biodiversity in our community. So we thank them for their efforts, and I think the City of Hamilton continues to commit to being a partner in that very important work. I see a hand up, Councillor Farr, go ahead.
No, I reiterate and I'll add a big thanks to Council. I think we unanimously passed my motion to go after that Bee City designation, but a very special thanks to Jen and our friends in the environment and that butterfly campaign and the naturalized garden campaign. It's sweeping across this city and the city is better for it. So I really appreciate that they're being recognized here today. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Well, they're being recognized, as so are we, in terms of our responsibility to be a partner in all of that work. So thank you for your initiative, and we look forward to continuing to work with them to do the right thing in our community. I'm going to acknowledge Councillor Partridge is with us now. She wasn't here earlier, but please mark her down as present. And Councillor Clark is back, hopefully completely dialed into the technology to fully participate. Thumbs up I saw. That's great. Excellent. So let's turn to City Council December 16th minutes, as well as the City Council December 18th minutes. So on the 16th, could I have a motion to approve those minutes unless there's comments or questions? Moved by Johnson, seconded by Pearson. Thank you. All in favor? Yeah, we can do them together. I thought last time I heard this happen, it was done separately. So on both minutes then, moved and seconded, all in favor? And thank you. Any voting problems? Anything? Councillor Pauls? Councillor Clark, you able to vote? I know it's an anxiety-filled moment when technology doesn't work. That's carried. Thank you. I have a motion, Councillor Clark, then for on the communications to get the communications on the floor, please. Okay, I can't quite hear you yet, so you have to unmute yourself.
There we go. Sorry about all this. Oh
No
my God,
problem.
what a technology. I don't have the motion before me, but if I recall correct, I'm moving to put the correspondence on the floor, something to that effect.
All the communications listed as 5-1 through to 533 for members of council, and the seconder for that would be Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. On the communications then, please indicate any items that you would like to lift, and we'll get them as soon as we see them. And I'm sure the clerk will put you on the list. So I see Councillor Vanderbeek. Go ahead. And for those that want to waive, feel free, but you can also indicate to the clerk. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank
you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to lift 5.1. It's designated to be received. I'd like it to be endorsed. It's a letter from the Region of Peel appealing to the Premier to provide a little bit more level playing field between the big box stores who are selling not only essentials but non-essentials and their impact on all but our small business owners who are only allowed to sell online and curbside. And so I would appreciate if we could endorse that.
Okay, and obviously you'd want to then make sure that we draft a letter and send it off to the Premier
I would,
as
thank
part
you.
of that recommendation. Okay. Any comments or suggestions on that item? All good? Thumbs up all around? Okay, thank you. Clerk, are we going from bottom to top or top to bottom? Thank you. Councillor Nan. And so far I have Councillors Nan, Danko, Farr, Johnson, Jackson, and Wilson. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, there's a couple, 1, 2, 3, 4 items in correspondences that I'd like to speak to. So starting at the top, 5.3 Bill C-213 Canada Pharmacare Act requests an endorsement. So I'd like to do so. So not simply receiving it, but requesting Council to endorse supporting the call for Canada Pharmacare Act. Given the pandemic, no better time than now for a national pharmacare program. Item.
Okay, let me just clear off one at a time so that we don't have to kind of circle back. So anyone else on that particular item? I see Councillor Marula. Okay, let's clear that one off, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Nan.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
What does this come up with?
Yes. So on the pharmacare issue, I'm so glad that Councillor Nan brought that forward. Just to, I guess, illustrate how progressive we were, we brought forward a motion 12 years ago, or perhaps 10 years ago, asking the federal government for, we're the first city in the country to do so, endorsing what we have before us. So really, they're actually endorsing what we've asked them to do, mind you, a decade later. And I just wanted to remind everyone of how progressive we were back in the day. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you. So any other comments on that one? All right, Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking through the correspondence, I didn't see the act attached to it. So we're endorsing an act without seeing it.
Yeah, I think
did I miss it? Was that correct? I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, I spoke over you.
I didn't see it either. I'll have to check back. Councillor Nan, do you have any?
I don't have it in front of me, but happy to forward it on to my colleagues. The information's been publicly available for a while, as this work has been progressing for a number of years. And yes, absolutely, historically been fought for a number of decades by Canadians across the country, and definitely a lot of support here in Hamilton for this too.
Okay, Councillor Clark, you did ask a question.
I'll do my best to find it online before we have the vote.
Okay.
There's a link, sir, through the correspondence. There's a blue link in the document.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers on that item, so Councillor Nan, back to you.
Thank you. On item 511, so this correspondence speaks to the province extending the deadline for the community safety and well-being plan and work that's underway, that every municipality is mandated to do so. So previously it was set for January 2021, and that extension now in the correspondences speaks to a 6-month extension, moving the target date to July. And I just wanted to get quick commentary from staff, if I may. Just what the status of our city's advisory committee is, how often they've had a chance to meet, and whether it's realistic that we'll be able to complete the targeted work plan and time in the timeline of the extension.
Great, thank you. It's done under the direction of Paul Johnson. So Paul?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, group is meeting monthly. Work is continuing in between those meetings. No expectations of a challenge meeting that deadline, and we've begun, as we've informed council, some of the community engagement around this as well, and we expect that all of that will feed in. It is important to note that we had done a significant amount of work pre-pandemic on this as well, and into the early stages of the pandemic, so some of that background means that we did not start this whole process again at the in late fall. We had some good work already happening, so no challenges we feel in getting this to council prior to that deadline. As for your discussion and approval.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And through you, Mayor, the last correspondence or two correspondences.
Let me just check on item 511. It's just
Sure.
to ensure that no one else is on that because I don't want to do it twice. So anyone else on 511? Nope. Great. Thank you, Councillor Nant.
Okay. On 5.25 and then 5.32. Those are the final two for me. On the Just Recovery for Hamilton document that we all received as council, and then also on the agenda, I just wanted to take a minute. I finished reading it last night and wanted to thank those who worked on this excellent document. It speaks quite succinctly to the concerns that many of us around council have expressed and come to understand about the way in which there are disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on our residents and the way in which the pandemic has shown the inequities, but also further entrenched some inequities. And the recommendations within the report, aside from being quite powerful and succinct, also align with some of the recommendations that had come forward through the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. Some of the recommendations here, Council has already acted on, staff have already acted on, and then there's others for us to seriously consider adopting. And I wanted to say thank you for their labor of love and commitment to what can be if we lead and work collaboratively to achieve this here in Hamilton. So I wanted to lift it from being just received and see if we could refer this to the City Manager Smith to have staff review and report back on the recommendations from the report with an assessment of what the city can or has acted on, and also to send a copy of this to the task force, as there are many intersects with the work that they have done as well.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, I know you had some thoughts on this. Did you want to share some of your thoughts on that now?
Good morning, members of council and the viewing public, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yes, I did put this on the agenda for the senior leadership team because the recommendations do kind of cross all the different areas. And certainly I know Jason Thorne's looking at it as they finalize the 5-year economic development action plan. I have some staff looking at it from the perspective of the term of council priorities. We can certainly do that and bring something back. I can't commit to a time frame to do that right now because some of the staff I'd have do it have been redeployed to the emergency response, but certainly I've read the document myself and we can do that. Thank you.
Much appreciated and really happy to hear that, and not surprised also. So thank you for that, and I'm glad to see that the recommendations here are going to be seen and potentially have an opportunity for us as council to act on further. And then final correspondence
So
through,
on that one,
sorry.
so let me just stop there. And anyone else on item 525, the Just Recovery document? Nope. Great. Thank you, Councillor Nant.
And leave it to the last correspondence for me to actually catch up to your process here, Mayor. On 5.32, the question I have related to this correspondence is that Emergency Community Services Committee late last year passed a motion that council supported looking at this issue of year-round public hygiene facility access, not only in a pandemic response, but also moving forward. So just a quick sense from, if I could through you to General Manager Johnson, any updates on when we'll receive a report back on this issue?
Paul Johnson.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the pandemic response, we are continuing with our approach of facility-based work with this around drop-in centers. I believe this item was referred to Public Works also to look at because they actually handle the outdoor washroom facility. So I'm not sure. I think this was broader than just the pandemic response out of the Emergency Operations Center. But I can say our approach right now is still to consider with our facility-based approach to this for the rest of the pandemic.
Thank you. And yes, I did see it as a broader scope beyond the pandemic in terms of year-round access to washrooms. So there's the pandemic piece. Then just for clarity, in terms of when council or when a committee will be have the opportunity to pick up this work.
So why not refer this then to Public Works, which would be the appropriate place for that to be sorted out in terms of the longer term beyond pandemic? I think Paul's speaking to the pandemic current immediate needs, but I think the longer term need, which I agree with, quite frankly, is that we need to find a way of providing some form of public washrooms, and so that's clearly a Public Works issue. So would you like to refer it to Public Works?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. And anyone else on that item? Seeing not. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nan, and we'll make those changes on this item. Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead. Councillor Wilson.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor, on the last item which Councillor Nan raised. Obviously, very supportive of referring it to Public Works as well, because it is a matter of equity as suggested in the letter or the correspondence. I just wanted to share with my colleagues interesting note at a local BIA meeting. There was a broker present who we don't think of these things, but the out-of-town people who are coming in to look at real estate are in a bit of a tizzy because they're not able to access any washroom with the closure of private enterprises, which are usually based on the ability to access based on income. They're also not able to gain entrance to washrooms in public facilities. They can't find them. So this is an issue that touches a lot of enterprises, and I'm happy that we're actually going down the road of exploring it beyond the pandemic as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the word during the pandemic is go before you go. But longer term, I think there's an ongoing need. So I think the referral to Public Works makes perfect sense. Anyone else on this topic? Great. Those changes will be made, Councillor Nan. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to Councillor Danko, and I'm going to assume that these are all new topics now, not topics that we've just finished covering. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is on item 5.14, which is corresponds from the Ministry of Transportation regarding the use of off-road vehicles on highways and city streets. Can I just ask a quick question to, I believe Director Leendertz is on the line. I believe we already have bylaws in place in the city of Hamilton, so this doesn't affect us. But I just want clarification from Director Leendertz.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you recall, the council directed us to re-examine the change in legislation and come back with legislation or a bylaw about the prohibition of all motorized vehicles, or should I say ATVs, in the city of Hamilton. So we are currently working with legal to do this. In particular, we are looking at how ATVs affect private property, and so that was part of the discussion. So we are working at this, and we'll take this new change and bring it forward to this with this legislation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr.
516, Mr. Mayor. Correspondence from the Minister of Transport. This is brief correspondence in response to my motion requesting the return of all-day GO bus service to and from Hamilton, Toronto, back to pre-pandemic off-peak schedule. The correspondence doesn't offer any specific ridership stats specific to this issue. The minister notes that Metrolinx is, though, keeping a close eye on this as they, quote, monitor the ever-changing environment, including shifts in travel patterns, end quote. Interesting, she confirms in this letter, in this response to us, response to you who wrote the letter on our behalf, Mr. Mayor, that off-peak ridership is 60% compared to 40% pre-pandemic. And we were focused on off-peak, of course, with this correspondence. So the evidence is that off-peak rides are in a greater percentage, but I guess we can also assume that ridership as a whole on our GO buses are way down. The minister confirms the agency continues to adjust services to meet demand. So the letter goes on to emphasize a lot of changes and adjustments made across the board during the pandemic as it relates to rider safety. So that's also appreciated. Anyway, I'm glad that we received the response fairly quickly too, I might add, and that more importantly, the issue is on the radar of both Metrolinx and our minister. So thanks to council for supporting that and appreciating the response.
Good, thank you. I'm going to turn to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My topic that I want to just for the public record is 5.23. This is the letter from the Honorable Jeff Urick, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, respecting the newly formed Conservation Authorities Working Group. As we all learned yesterday, that there was a working group that was established. And I just want to put it out there that I can't tell you how disappointed the whole process, starting with Bill 229, which was a budget bill, we all know, and it included Schedule 6, which basically decapitated, in my opinion, conservation authorities. Now we have a working group. After the decapitation, we will get together and try to make it better. So to top it off, there isn't one representative from Hamilton all the way down to Niagara on this working group. And Niagara and Hamilton, which has at least 4 conservation authorities, over 1 million people living in this area. So it's just so sad for the environmental community to begin with, but also in protest for Hamilton. And I'm a little biased here, being on the Niagara Conservation Authority, that Niagara was not included as well. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Should that not be something that we should be communicating back to the province on in terms of our complaint that there isn't that representation? I would add as well, not to take your thunder away, that I was particularly surprised to see so many development organizations listed as consultants or advisors on how we manage conservation authorities. Sounds a little oxymoronic to me.
Absolutely. And I agree. So if at the pleasure of this committee, I would really appreciate it if we could send a letter back to the minister voicing our concerns and our disappointment that there are no representatives from the Hamilton area, as well as the Niagara area, being we're also part of the NPCA. And that the subgroups, having all the developers on there, I don't see anybody again from Hamilton or Niagara on those as well. So I totally agree, sir, and I would be happy to move that.
Okay, so if you would, make your recommendation that we draft a letter of concern to the minister, and then maybe we can get, make sure we have the right details. We can flow back to you or Councillor Clark and others in terms of make sure that the content of the letter is appropriate to the concern that we're laying out.
Thank you, sir, and I will be happy to do that. And I believe that Councillor Ferguson, the other chair for the Hamilton Conservation Authority, would like to second that.
Okay, thank you. We will make that change. And so other speakers on that issue? Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, I fully concur with what Councillor Johnson said. I won't repeat it. I know Lisa Burnside, the CAO of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, actively pursued, with my support, a seat on that. And we were quite disappointed that she got passed over, because they're making a lot of wholesale changes without understanding the impact it has on our conservation authority, particularly around citizen members, particularly around the stop work orders and the selection of the chair and the vice chair, with the makeup 97% of our watersheds in Hamilton, only 3% in Pushlands. But if you rotate the chair and vice chair between municipalities, that person from Pushlands would have to be in the position of chair or vice chair forever. And we wanted the opportunity to get in front of this to be able to address it. And I think I said yesterday too, is the Roma conference starts on Sunday. It's a virtual one, but we are going to have one-on-ones with about 5 or 6 ministers. One is the Minister of Environment, and I tend to raise this at that time with him too. But I fully support the motion that Councillor Johnson proposed. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. Anyone else on that topic? Councillor Danko and Councillor Partridge. Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just further to the comments in the discussion here, looking at the correspondence from the minister of who specifically will be sitting on the working groups, just for public's, they might not dig into the documents here, but I'm seeing the vice president of Remington Group, which is a giant land developer. I see the vice president of Mattamy Homes, which obviously has tight connections to the provincial government, the vice president of EQ Homes, and also the past president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. So I think just the inclusion formally of those specific members to the working groups to give formal consultation on this to the minister is definitely deeply concerning. And the fact that these are, Toronto developers that have a vested interest in this and being shut out at the local level in Hamilton and Niagara. I think that tells you all you need to know about where this is going. But that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't disagree with that. Thank you, Councillor Partridge, and then Councillor Clark on this topic. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor. And just very quickly, I'm sorry I'm having difficulty speaking, but I just want to say that Hassan Bassat, who is the CEO of Halton Conservation, which covers a great deal of Flamborough area, is the chair of that board. But I was absolutely shocked that there wasn't someone from Niagara there and someone from Hamilton there. We certainly have, so many competent people. So I wholeheartedly endorse the motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
There's an old expression, the fox in the hen house. Putting the developers on a working group that is designed to work out the regulations for conservation authorities is very telling. And when I read that and not only was I disappointed, but that expression came into my mind immediately, fox in the hen house. These are the same developers who lobbied and pressured the provincial government to make the changes. And now they've been put on a working group. It's highly unusual to do that. By all means, they could have written to the working group. They could have delegated to the working group, but to be sitting on the working group just puts the entire process in question. I respect the chair. I think the chair is fantastic, but the chair is working with what the province of Ontario gave him. And I was just shocked that there were developers on a working group of conservation authorities. That's not the way the process is supposed to go, and I condemn it. Thank you.
Thank you, and maybe for myself, Councillor Clark, take the chair for a moment. Just a comment on this. I think back to kind of the election period when the current premier threw out a suggestion that he wanted to open up the Greenbelt. And there was an enormous amount of pushback right across the province in terms of that, including myself and others, saying that was a fundamental mistake for them to do. And unfortunately, I think they found another way based on the lobby that they've received from development. And it to me sounds completely antithetical to what conservation authorities are about, to conserve public lands to the best degree possible, to promote biodiversity, the bee pollination process that we were just talking about, ensuring that that green and public space is available to future communities and isn't overrun by development. And then to have developers, identified as consultants to this process, advisors to this process, as you point out, just tells me that they're prepared to undermine the very conservation watershed management processes that the Conservation Authority really is all about. So it's very, very unfortunate they've gone down this path. I would like to think that there's still an opportunity to push back on these issues, because I think the public at large will take a very dim view of developers having incursions into what are deemed to be conservation spaces that have already been identified, and they could actually then start to interfere with that and change the regulations to the degree that allows them for future development. So it's really a backdoor into what they said they weren't going to do, which was they're not going to open up the Greenbelt. Well, this is akin to opening up the Greenbelt. So I'm fully supportive of that direction. I'll certainly be making comments to the Premier and others about their process, as I have already done. I think the communications I had with him was very direct, saying this is the wrong direction to go. He gave me the party line, which was, we believe this is the right way to go. I think the public at large needs to weigh in a very significant way to let them know that our conservation authorities need to be preserved, enhanced, maintained, and the reality that them trying to push them into their core business, not understanding or either not appreciating that a lot of the recreational amenities that they manage and operate leads to the funding of the conservation authorities. minimal amount coming from the province of Ontario, so 3 or 4%. The rest of it is all coming from municipalities and directly from revenues generated because of the amenities that conservation authorities have respectfully put into these facilities, whether it's trails, parking, wave pool, all of those things are positive amenities in our community that still provides for the management and revenues that will help them continue to provide that biodiversity and conservation space. So I'm very, very disappointed in this process. And again, as soon as I read the document, I thought this is not consistent with a government trying to preserve and protect conservation authorities. It's actually quite the opposite. So hopefully we can still have sway, and if all of us make some noise, maybe we can encourage our citizens to do the same. Possibly we can change their mind on this issue, because it's not to be enacted until the end of 2022, as I understand it. Someone that's in the know? Yeah, Brendan. Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Johnson,
yes.
please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My understanding from listening to Mr. Bissett yesterday was that the working group is making recommendations and that everything should be in place by January 2022.
Right.
So all the work they're doing from now to then should be completed and enacted by that point.
Right.
That was my intent. That was my impression of what he said.
Yeah. So I would say there's time.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
And there's time for us to weigh in. And hopefully we and others can continue to do that, because you know, the path they're on right now is certainly not good for our community, certainly not good for our conservation authorities, certainly not good for our citizens over the long run. So hopefully we'll get there. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for taking the chair.
My pleasure, sir. You have the chair.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on that issue? Okay, well covered. Thank you. I'm going to turn to, oh, sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to assist with a bit on the timing. We have repeatedly asked about the timing, particularly around when do we have to dismiss the citizen appointees and the whole chair rotation. We've been informed by Conservation Ontario, who say they're not sure, but the indication they're getting is that it'll take effect after the next municipal election. And but we heard a different answer from the chair of this committee yesterday, where he's looking at January of 2021. And so once again, I hope to get clarity on this at the Roma conference this weekend, because there's a lot of uncertainty out there. We have some fantastic citizen appointees that sit on our conservation authority, and it'd be a real shame to lose them. So I just want to give clarity for that.
Okay, and thank you. And you know what would be helpful if you could share with us what you hear at Roma.
I sure will.
So we can add that to our communique if that's appropriate. So thank you. All right, back to other items. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Item 5.15, correspondence from the Township of Huron-Kinloss requesting support for their resolution support of property tax exemption for our veteran clubs, our Royal Canadian Legion clubs and locations. I want to thank Deputy Clerk Janet Pilon. We worked together, and I'm glad this is here as an endorsement, obviously strongly supporting that. But Mr. Mayor, through you, if General Manager Mike Zagaric is on the line there, I believe City Council, around the time of amalgamation, maybe just a year before, endorsed the property tax exemptions for all of our Veteran Legion clubs here in Hamilton, and for the last 20 years in support of those that fought for freedom around the world and fought to ensure Canada was the best country in the world to live, work, reside, and play and raise a family. I thought we had, so if he could just confirm that the city of Hamilton, or maybe the region of Hamilton-Wentworth before amalgamation, we already approved that. And is this maybe a different program that can also provide additional exemptions through the province? Either way, I'm supportive, but maybe he could provide some clarity for me, Mr. Mayor, through you.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the City of Hamilton does have a program for veteran associations whereby they apply for property tax exemption, 100% property tax exemption. The province of Ontario did amend the Assessment Act to provide exemption from property taxes as it relates to land or buildings that are used by an Ontario branch of the Royal Canadian Legion or by a Ontario unit of the Army, Navy, Air Force Veterans in Canada. So there's some specific language in the amendment to the Assessment Act defining veteran associations. My interpretation of the communication before you is seeking that definition be expanded. So those veteran associations beyond that definition will, in the case of City of Hamilton, will continue to be eligible upon application for property tax exemption. But again, it's my interpretation of the communication that the province is being asked to amend the definition of veteran associations more broadly.
Thank you, General Manager Zagarek, for the clarification. And I've always been in councils of the past, Mr. Mayor, have been very supportive, especially as the veterans have gotten older, have passed on, and fewer members have remained with their families. We did the right thing providing property tax exemption about 20 years ago, and I'm fully supportive of any further support we can provide for them through this resolution. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Councillor Clark at this point. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the item that I wanted to address.
Somehow we lost your audio for some reason. Technology is not your friend this morning.
Oh my gosh, that's
there you go.
The case in point. Item 5.24, Mr. Mayor, which was a letter back to the City Council from Principals Integrity. I'm not sure if anyone addressed this yet this morning.
Nope.
I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention because there were questions being raised by members in the public about potential conflicts for Janice Atwood-Pikowski, given that she was the former city solicitor for the city and is now our integrity commissioner. And the letter was written very well, and it does reference the standard cooling off period that is used in politics and corporations and in law, which is a 12-month cooling off period, we have far exceeded that by 3 years. And so there really is no conflict with Janet, Ms. Atwood-Pikowski doing any of this work for the City of Hamilton. So I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. We requested this explanation from Principals Integrity, and they have provided that document. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on that topic? Seeing none, thank you very much. Councillor Partridge. Nope. Oh, you were on the list. Okay, maybe that was from earlier. Apologies. Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Good morning, everyone. I had a rough morning. I got a new computer. My old computer doesn't work anymore. And just trying to get on was really hard. So I just, first of all, want to say communication 5.5, I want to declare conflict of interest. So make sure that I want to make sure I don't vote on that. It's defunding the police. Right. But the 5.20, I would like your attention, and it's the letter of resignation from Eric Miller. I know that the board and the vendors will miss him tremendously.
This is resignation from the Hamilton Farmers Market.
Yes, from the Hamilton. I couldn't get on my eScribe, so I'm just on WebEx. So anyway, so I just wanted to make clear his disappointment on what's happening at the Hamilton Farmers Market. And I wanted to just read a couple of sentences that really hits home for the Hamilton Farmers Market. First of all, Eric, in the beginning, we were told that the federal government was going to help us, and it was circa that the government was going to help 75%. So the vendors were only billed 25% of the rent. So that didn't go through, as we all know. We couldn't do it as a city because it's considered bonusing. So we knew we couldn't do it, so we did not do it. So I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, I know you want to be clear, and I know you want to weigh into the entire issue of the farmers market, but that is not the essence of this communication. There is other formats to do that. This is not the right format
then I'll
to
skip
take
that.
this on.
Right.
So
And I
if you want to,
okay, the mayor, and I always appreciate you correcting. So
if you want to express regret for Mr. Miller
right.
stepping down, that's
But okay,
fine.
continue. Yeah. Yes.
Your audio is
okay.
also
Can
very
I
spotty.
continue? I won't play.
Hang on. Your audio is also very spotty, so it's coming in and out. I'm not sure why.
I do not know if you know that there's a tweet that goes on that say the city's going to evict all our 50 vendors, and I have to make sure that I make it clear that the city's not in business of kicking people out of their stalls. So, but I just want to say a couple of things. Eric has worked for the city on the board for 6 years. As you read, I don't know if most of you have read the letter. The letter says that he has, 6,000 emails, 1,050 work documents, 70 board meetings. He's a dedicated man. But the things I want to bring out is what he says that's very important. He says, the farmers market is like the BIA shopping district. From flowers to crafts to restaurant, it is vibrant. And he knew that because he would go there every day. He would go there and shop every day. He was a long-standing, but he also said it provided diversity of products from diversity of proprietors, from the longest run business to the younger adventure, from newcomers and established residents. He goes on and saying how important the market is because of its proximity allows shoppers to minimize their carbon footprint. The market is best government, he said, by people who have lived experience of selling and shopping there. So it is with regret he resigns, a man who has done a lot for the market, who loves the market. And I just want to say on behalf of the city, like I love to say, and on behalf of myself, Ward 7 councillor, that I support the market and I support the small business. And I want the city and the people of the city to know that the city council also supports small business. And so I just want to make it clear. I remember going to the market when we were doing before COVID, and I loved it. I would go for coffee there and have lunch and talk to the vendors. It is so important that the city of Hamilton supports the market the best we can do. So now he resigned, and I just wanted to highlight how much we appreciated Eric, and that's all I wanted to do. So I appreciate you giving me some time to speak this morning, Mayor.
I appreciate that, and we regret that Mr. Miller is stepping down, and we all support the market. We are not evicting anyone from the market.
Exactly.
We are following the normal process that we do each and every year in terms of signing up their annual agreements to continue to operate in our facility. So thank you for all of those good points. And I know our communications team will be dealing with the market issues as they're unfolding, and that will be a continuing issue, I have no doubt, for quite some time to come until we get these issues sorted out.
And I have one more, if I can do it, because
a different item.
Yes, a different item.
Which one?
It's 5.22. Okay. And I don't know if my colleagues have read that, but that really stood out to me. And it's a woman from the stall owner, and her name is Pauline Zavella. She has a little store called Close to Nature. And the thing that hit me the most was this. She has been impacted by COVID-19, and we all have. And she used all her savings to open up her little business. And now she can't pay. She cannot pay rent. Now she has lost everything. And that just really hit me. I'm going to reach out to her because I know that the provincial government is doing a lot more to help them. But I just wanted to bring it out because it really hurts people. COVID has hurt a lot of us, not physically a lot and financially. So I just wanted to read that, and we will be reaching out to her, but I wanted to make sure you all looked at the letter and you did read it. So I appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So to go back to your original comment on which item was it that you had a conflict on?
Oh, I had a conflict on 5.5.
Right, thank you. So let's turn to a vote on item 5.5, so you can declare your conflict. So you would abstain when that vote comes up. So on item 5.5, which is identified as being received, a vote should pop up shortly, and you can declare your conflict. Everyone else can vote yea or nay. Take a minute to pop that up. Councillor Pauls, if you would go back on mute, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Anyone else having difficulty voting? Not seeing any thumbs or anything else. That's good. Thank you. That's carried. And then on the balance of the communications as amended. Sorry? All right, Councillor Pauls, you didn't vote abstain on this one, which is what you need to do. I can't hear you just now, so we can redo the vote, I believe.
I'm having problem because I have a new computer and
Yes.
I can't go. So, all right.
So all you need to do is hit abstain as opposed to whatever you voted. So you saw the vote.
I saw the vote on my other old computer. So.
Okay. All right. Well, let's try it again. You want to hit abstain and then submit for you. All done? Great. Thank you. Councilor Marula, able to vote? Anyone else unable on this one? Okay, right back to it. That's carried. Thank you very much. And on the original recommendation by Councilor as amended with all the amendments identified as we discussed, Councilor Ferguson, yes?
Yeah, I want to bring an item up. I'm trying to hit the little microphone, and it keeps telling me at this time is not open for discussion, the correspondence. But I waved my hand. I was hoping you caught me, but I just want to briefly talk about 5.33. And this is the 11 Hatton Drive in Ancaster. This is the application for a cannabis store in the middle of a residential area. And we had trouble trying to get the Alcohol and Gaming Commission Ontario to respond to us. We passed a resolution to oppose it. And, they're really just blowing us off. And now we get a response back from the Attorney General because we asked him to, through a council resolution and through a letter from you, Mr. Mayor, to engage in this one, not put cannabis stores in residential areas. And he too is blowing us off. And so I just wanted to blow that out, not blow it out. I just want to put that out to the public because it's deeply disturbing that they're not listening to us as an elected body for the city of Hamilton on inappropriate spots in residential areas that they're putting it. We did go on the Alcohol and Gaming Commission website this morning, and it still says it's pending, and it's been that way for months. So I wanted to point that out for the listeners. Thanks, for Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So back to the communications as a whole, as amended, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by, I can't remember the seconder on that one. Partridge? Ferguson, sorry, thank you. All in favor, votes before you. And everyone's able. Not showing up right at the moment. Wrestling with their computer, no doubt. Okay, thank you, that's carried. And Councillor Clark, then can I have a move into Committee of the Whole?
Yes, sir. It's moved by myself and seconded by past Deputy Mayor Audine Vanderbeek that council move into the Committee of the Whole to consider the committee reports.
Great, thank you. All in favor of that? Electronically. Yep. Councillor Pauls is back, able to vote? No, just give me a thumbs up if you could. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead not in attendance at the moment. And that's carried. Thank you. Go to our General Issues Committee report, which is the Tax Supported Capital Budget Report, item 6.1. Councillor Clark, again, a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within that report, please. To get it on the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the General Issues Committee Tax Supported Capital Budget Report 20-021 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Hearing none, let's go to a vote then to approve the recommendations in the report. All in favor, opposed, or abstaining? Or any abstainers on that one? Thank you. Councillor Pauls could give us a thumbs up. Voted? Thank you. And that's carried. Thank you. Item 6.2 is the Enterprise Holding Corporation. Councillor Clark, again, a motion to receive this report. It's an information report. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Again, is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the Hamilton Enterprise Holding Corporate Shareholder Report 20-002, being the meeting held on Friday, December the 18th of 2020, be received.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Seeing none, thank you. All in favor then or opposed to the vote? Coming up fast and furious. Thank you, Janet. Councillor Collins able to vote? Yep. Thank you. Thumbs up. Thumbs up from Councillor Pauls are able to vote. That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 6.3, Board of Health report. Councillor Wilson, if you would please, a motion to put that report on the floor.
Thank you. That the Board of Health report 21-001, being the meeting held Monday, January the 11th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek.
Great, thank you. There is one recommendation in that report, or any comments on that? It's a staff realignment issue. Seeing none, all in favor then of that report. Thank you. Again, everyone able to vote? Great, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Turning to item 6.4 to Councillor Vanderbeek, Chair of the committee, to put the report on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have that actual motion in hand. So moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Danko that the Public Works Committee report of 21-001 of January 11th, 2021 be approved.
Great, thank you. And then any items in that report that people would like to speak to? Not seeing any, thank you. I will then turn to the vote. Moved and seconded, all in favor, please indicate. And thumbs up from Councillor Pauls, thumbs up. Anyone else? Collins, thumbs up. Thank you, that's carried unanimously as well. I'm going to turn to item 6.5, which is the Planning Committee report. Councillor Danko, a motion to put that report on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by first Vice Chair, Councillor Johnson, that Planning Committee report 21-001, being the meeting held on Tuesday, January 12th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any items in that report that folks would like to discuss? First wave I saw was Councillor Clark. Go ahead, and then Councillor Ferguson. And I see Councillor Johnson as well. Councillor Clark, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not my ward and I'm not on the planning committee, but I've been receiving a number of emails and letters about item number 6, claiming that there was no public notice. So can Mr. Thorne provide answers to that, please?
Okay, thank you. General Manager
Thank you,
Thorne.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. Yes, we did see that correspondence, and I think the concern was not that there was no notice, but that it was insufficient notice in accordance with the Planning Act and the city's procedural bylaws. We have looked at that, and it's the view of staff that we did meet the requirements of the procedural bylaw. I think the point of confusion is that this application, this was a city-initiated rezoning as opposed to a developer application. So there are different requirements in terms of the procedural bylaw as to how a city-initiated rezoning is dealt with compared to a private planning development application. Typically, it requires just notice in the newspaper. Staff did, though, do some extra notification in terms of a mail out to adjacent residents on top of the required public notice. So I know Mr. Robichaud is on the line as well if council wants some further details, but we did look at the notice that was provided and deemed that it did meet the requirements of the procedural bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So just to clarify, our staff are confident that if one was to appeal this decision based on lack of notice, we would be okay at LPAT. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do believe that we have met the requirements of the Planning Act and the procedural bylaw.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. And just to give some context here, this was an area that was part of my ward prior to the last election. So just to be clear and segue on to what GM Thorne said, the typical process for rezoning is sign on the property, mail out to properties at 120 meters from that property, and notification in local papers. Anecdotally speaking, it's my opinion that 120 meters mailouts were not carried out probably to the best of our ability. So in my opinion, we've missed 2 of the 3. And it's hard to understand why we call it a public meeting when the public was not invited. In fact, this item was captured on a Facebook posting, and it seemed that no one in the community was aware. So to skirt the issue of notification because it's a city-initiated rezoning, in my opinion, is disrespectful. This property sits on the entrance of 2 entrances for this area. It will have an impact on this community, so why would we shut them out? And to give you some more context, kitty corner from this property is the famous Winona Costco. No one received any notification for this one because of the railroad tracks and the QEW. But ultimately, the public did get involved, and I would argue that the Costco development is much better off and was altered for the better due to that public input. So why shouldn't we reach out to the public in this case? They are the experts at living there, and their input is not only needed, but it's, in my opinion, the right thing to do. So again, we can't call this a public meeting if the public was not involved. To approve this, regardless of the public input, again, is disrespectful. And I really believe that the Winona residents deserve more than this, and they deserve better. So I cannot support this at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I have a different item. Do you want me to go to that now, or do you want to wait till we finish up with?
Let's stick with this item. I assume Councillor Pearson, you'll be speaking to this item. Okay, let's go to Councillor Pearson, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the concerns with regards to this application. As Mr. Thorne has reiterated, the process, and I've gone through it. I've gone through it with, I'm sorry, something just came across my screen. With Alyssa Mahood. She has provided a summary as to the process that I have sent out to a number of residents that also emailed me. I can tell you that the only thing that was missing in the notifications in the process was the signage. So notices went out to 98 residences in the neighborhood. I can tell you, going through the emails that I've received, only 1, 2, 3 residents that I received responses from were in that circulation area. To say that I wasn't surprised, yes, I am surprised, because there is a large townhouse development to the east. I would have assumed somebody contacting me from there, and that was not the case. Just going through all of the stuff that I did as far as formulating the rationale on this process. A number of the emails that have come in are from residents quite west of this development, not in the area. And if you read the report, the initiative is a city initiative on a city piece of land, and it's only to put in place what is allowed under the Lakeshore urban lakeshore neighborhood plan, if I'm saying it correctly, Mr. Thorne. It's not saying, and I know some residents are upset that this is absolutely where we're zoning a 9-story tower. We're zoning for up to 9 stories potentially. We have no idea if the land and when the land is sold, what a developer will come forward for. It's just meeting what is allowed. And Mr. Thorne, if you could reiterate, or Alyssa, I think she's also on, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
It actually, before you do say that, Mrs. Thorne, it actually, the amendment actually allows for greater diversity of development under this proposal. Could you please reiterate that? Being more townhouses, more ground level development, correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I am going to ask if either Alyssa Mahood or Steve Robichaud could respond in terms of the uses that would be permitted as a result of this initiative.
Okay, thank you. I see Alyssa's mentioned here, but Steve Robichaud, I'm sure, is on the call as well. Steve?
Hi, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Alyssa Mahood here speaking. Just to go back to the notice provisions. So we did provide notice in accordance with the Planning Act. There's 2 ways you can do that. The first way is by posting the sign on the property, and then you also have to mail out 120 meters, the residents that live in that area, or you can post it in the newspaper. So either one or the other is appropriate. We did the newspaper mail out, so it was in the Hamilton Spectator as well as the Stony Creek News. And then on top of that, we did do a courtesy mail out in addition to those under the Planning Act to everyone living within 120 meters. So the sign was not required in this instance. And then number 2, the rezoning application is to permit not only 9-story apartment buildings, but also all forms of townhouses. So right now we were just updating the zoning. The zoning currently only permits what uses exist, which is nothing because the lands are vacant. And then the official plan amendment is to align with the medium density residential policies in the urban lakeshore area secondary plan.
Right.
And I'm not sure if there was another question in there. Sorry, I think I missed the second part.
Nope.
I think you covered it.
Can I continue, Mr.? Yeah,
Yes.
I think Alyssa, thank you. And I know it's been a scramble the last couple of days, and Alyssa put forward a very succinct summary that I have sent out to a number of residents, the ones that have responded. Again, this is just putting in place the opportunity moving forward when the land is sold, and we're hoping that it stays within the scope of what is being allowed, being something that can be accepted in that neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully supportive of this initiative.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if I could turn to Councillor Clark to take the chair for a moment, I'd like to speak just briefly on this one as well.
Please proceed, sir.
I'm not inclined to hold this one up, and I understand that there's a different standard that the city is working from as it relates to the Planning Act. And I wonder if we could, given the experience we're having here, not set the same standard for ourselves that we set for others when we do the development charges process. So, I get that in this instance, there are a number of objectors that actually aren't within the 120, meter radius, quite frankly, which I understand. People have a right to make their objections known. That's why you put it in the newspaper, and they're able to identify their concerns or objections. So I would ask that once we get past this issue, that we set the same standard for ourselves that we set for other developments, and I think we can do that on our own. No reason why we can't do all 3. Have the sign up, do the 120 meter radius, and do the newspaper advertising, whether it's our application or whether we require that from a private developer to ensure that full public engagement is allowed for. So that'd be my only comment at this point, and maybe you could ask just in terms of direction, General Manager Thorne, in terms of how we would put that that kind of equal standard into effect for any applications that we deal in on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Thorne, please.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, staff can certainly do that. We can take a look at our procedures with respect to city-initiated rezonings, particularly site-specific, I think is what the consideration is here. We sometimes do a city-initiated rezoning that is citywide, so could affect hundreds of properties. So on those ones, obviously, it becomes an issue to try to put up signage. But certainly, if council wishes us to take a look at our procedures related to city-initiated rezonings that are site-specific, we can certainly do that, and we can bring some options back to Planning Committee for consideration.
I appreciate that, and I think that's the right way to go. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I think it's the right way to go. On a citywide basis, very, very complicated, and I think probably unnecessary. There are other ways of our communicating that, and that would be a much, much longer process in any event. But on a site-specific basis, I think we can set for ourselves the same standard we set for everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
My pleasure, sir. You have the chair.
Okay, thank you. On anything further on this item, Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and great suggestion, but with all due respect, I believe that was asked for quite a while ago, especially when the Ontario provincial government was asking us for changes in the Planning Act, and we actually sent that request that it shouldn't be 120 meters. It should span out further depending on each application. And as I said before, the Costco in Winona, I believe, and I stand corrected, there were 3 people who got notification that Costco was coming in, and they were 3 businesses across the road on Winona Road. No one else got any notification, and you would assume something of that magnitude, the entire community would have been let in on this application. This is no different, in my opinion. You have 2 entrances into this community. This will definitely impact one of those entrances. And if you take a look at the map, that community is very, very large, and it's got a lot of people living there. And if this is going to affect their day-to-day commute, their day-to-day living, they should have had that notification, not just the 120 meters. And anecdotally, I talked to some of the people that were in that townhouse development right next to it, and they didn't believe they got that notification. If you send something over the Christmas holidays, I know we're in COVID, Christmas holidays still had some significance to some people, usually mail outs, because we were all resorting to Christmas cards instead of seeing each other. Sometimes things get lost in that. So the signage alone should have been put on that property. So again, I am going to be recorded as opposed, and I'd like you to pull that item out for me to record my vote, please.
And I will do that. And if there are no further speakers on that, I think this would be the appropriate time to take the vote on that item. And then I'll go to Councillor Ferguson for another item. So on this item, it is item 6. It's being recommended. So anyone will call the vote on that now. And anyone in favor, anyone opposed can indicate so at this point, and we'll see where we are. Don't see Councillor Paul's on the line at the moment. Sorry. Councillor Ferguson able to vote? Oh, he voted. Thank you. And that is carried. Thank you. And so on direction in terms of looking at our process and ensuring that it matches what we require others to do. That direction's then been given. Jason Thorne, you'll come back to us at some point on that.
Through the chair, yes, we will.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, another item on the Public Works
agenda. I'd like to go to item 7, which is a rezoning for 15 Church Street in Ancaster. And as I read through the report, I found that 2 amendments that the committee had unanimously supported were missing. And if you go to page 6, item C, which is the ward council reviewing reviewing the site plan with special consideration on the heritage features, height, and lot coverage. And D was that a pre-construction survey be done on Church Street so that one can know what damage may or may not be caused. But what was missing is two big ones, which was locking down the lot coverage at 37%. And also the fact that the developer has agreed to put basements under these units in order to prevent the garages being turned into a storage area. The basement can be used for that. So I called Legislative Coordinator Kelsey this morning to find out why they're missing. And she pointed out to me that they're in the information section, pages 16 and 17, which seems strange to me because if I remember, the committee makes an amendment, and this is confusing for the public to read it this way, and that's exactly why I'm trying to clear it up for the public right now. It seems strange that two of the amendments would be in the actual resolution and two would be in the information section. And now I just want confirmation from clerks so the public can hear this, that all four of those amendments that were unanimously supported by the planning committee will in fact be put in place. I wonder if clerks could confirm that for me, because I've never seen this before.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to answer that?
Through the mayor, it's Janet Pilon. Yes, all those amendments will be considered and are in the bylaw at the present time.
So Janet, can you just explain why those other two items weren't part of the resolution, so the public can hear that, and why procedurally you moved the other two to the information section?
Thank you.
The two that you're referring to is the amendments to the bylaw, which is an appendix to the report. So the appendix has been amended, okay, that the draft bylaw is amended attached to Appendix C. Okay, so those amendments from the information section for the maximum lot coverage in the basement or cellar have been included in the bylaw. That is the process that we follow from, it's always been that way. If council would like us to be more detailed as far as in the action section of the reports to include the actual amendments, we can look at doing that, but this is always the way that we've prepared the actual recommendations to council.
Okay.
Okay, Clerk, thank you for that explanation. There's no need to do any changes, and this meeting's being recorded, and the public can go back and look at it at their leisure. And you've confirmed that all four of those amendments are in fact part of this report and will be implemented. So thank you for that clarification. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On the same topic, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I just have to agree with Councillor Ferguson. It gets very confusing, and if those amendments were made at the planning committee, then they should be instructions as attached to this resolution, and they should not be in the information section. With all respect to the clerk, when people are reviewing and trying to find the recommendation that comes from a committee or council, they go to this section, they don't go to the information section. And so I have to agree completely with Councillor Ferguson, respectfully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think the clerks will be looking at that to ensure that it's more clear in the future. So I appreciate that. But the reality is that the items that Councillor Ferguson asked about are inherently part of the bylaw, and so will be part of the recommendations going forward. So that's good. Any other items on the Public Works agenda? Seeing none, thank you. We've had the vote on the one item, so for the balance of the report, moved by Danko, seconded by, all in favor. Councillor Johnson, thank you. Vote is up. And yes, we don't want it to hit the goal posts and bounce out. Councillor Clark, able to vote? Thumbs up from Councillor Clark. All right, and that's carried. Thank you. We're going to turn to the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report. Councillor Clark, a motion please to put that report on the floor. What did I miss?
We missed general issues.
General issues. Oh, my apologies. Back to you, General Issues Committee, for a motion to move that forward. I got a wagging finger from Councillor Jackson. It always worries me when he's wagging my finger at me, or his finger at me. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
I always know I've done something wrong when he does that.
I know.
So it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, that the General Issues Committee Report 21-001, being the meeting held on Wednesday, January the 13th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. And I did hear a seconder, didn't I?
Yes, Arlene Vanderbeek.
Vanderbeek, thank you. Okay, any items in the General Issues Committee report that anyone wants to lift or raise or discuss? We have Councillors Partridge and then Councillor Jackson. That's why you were wagging your finger so frequently. Councillor Partridge, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very quickly, on this particular report, I wanted to reference item number 10, which is the annual report for Economic Development Plan. And I just want to give huge kudos to Norm Schlein and his team under the leadership of our General Manager, Jason Thorne. And certainly I know that it was a very thorough report. I was watching it, but I wanted to bring special attention, of course, to the Flamborough-Clapperson area and the now 4 business parks that we have. And I've spoken about this before. But, you know, just in our little area of the city of Hamilton, L3 West Cam, 1,400 jobs. Building is almost complete. CHCH Studios will have 84 new employees moving into our area. WPE Equipment is bringing 40. They're brand new out of Dundas. And Stryker is a brand new building, 300 employees. Burlington Innovation is another new one that has just started and is going up. And Liberty Engineering, they'll be expanding their current facility by 100,000 square feet. So enormous, enormous growth. And I just want to give such kudos to our Economic Development Committee team, because we do have, as far as I'm concerned, the best of the best. I also wanted to speak just very quickly, excuse me, about the under the public hearings, MPP Donna Skelly, who spoke about the new program for small business COVID assistance. And I was in a round table with her later in the day with Waterdown BIA, where she announced the launch of the new website for small business. And there's quite a bit of excitement around that. The government, the province of Ontario, has invested over $700 million in that program alone for our small business with COVID relief. So I just wanted to recognize those 2 items. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on the item 10, the Economic Development Action Plan report? No, thank you. And we do appreciate Councillor Skelly's localized, actually, effort to get information to businesses. I think it's a $20,000 grant, which I understand is also available to farmers market individuals, I understand. And it's a grant, not a loan. And an additional $20,000 that could be accessed that would help local businesses stay afloat. And we all know and appreciate the challenges that are out there. So having refined and specific local information on how to access that is very, very helpful. So thank you for raising that. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just on the finger wagging, I've learned through 10 months of virtual that if mime and reading lips doesn't work, you got to use body language. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I've got 2 items, Mr. Mayor. Item 12 and item 13. So can I just do item 12 first, please? Okay. Municipal accommodation tax. I'm really proud of this council through the rough waters of the pandemic the last 10 months, where in various industries, various sectors of our economic community, where we've been compassionate to whatever degree we can without breaking any laws, we've done so. And I say that sincerely, Mr. Mayor, to you and my colleagues. And we've done that with taxi industries, other business permit fee relief, or maintaining the same going into this year as last year. And so here's another one. I want to thank Director Carrie Brooks Joyner in the tourism area. This is one, as you recall, Mr. Mayor, pre-COVID, the hotelers, the hospitality industry came forward with the request of a municipal accommodation tax. And just very sadly, again, when COVID hit last March in its serious form, they have struggled immensely. And we've got some terrific hoteliers in our community. And pre-COVID, hotels were expanding in our community to accommodate more conventions and tourists and visitors to our great city, discovering all the amenities of our city. And then the COVID hit. And so this is buying some time, I believe, till the end of the year. And then staff will come back with the industry and the key players of the industry to see exactly where we go from there. So again, I just want to commend staff and my colleagues from the committee that this recommendation is before us here to buy the hospitality industry some more time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, on that item. I can't hear you, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Anyone else on that item? Not seeing anyone. Thank you. So, Councillor Jackson, back to you.
Item 13, update instructions regarding local planning appeal tribunal appeals regarding McMaster University and Mohawk College and development charges. This was an in-camera matter. I'm going to ask that item 13 we could vote on separately, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask through you to the city solicitor, Nicole Otti, just confirmation from what she gave us last week that once minutes of settlement are finalized, that the amount within the minutes of settlement coming back to council will be forthcoming. Through you, Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you. City Solicitor Otti.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, through you to the councillor. Yes, absolutely, councillor. We will advise at which point we are able to discuss any of the matters in this report publicly.
Thank you, City Solicitor Otti. Mr. Mayor, I have nothing more to say other than when that information becomes public, I know on behalf of my constituents of the East Mountain, a very, very unfavorable decision in terms of taxes, etc., for the municipality. And so I wish to be registered as opposed to this matter on a separate vote. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on that matter? Councillor Ferguson for another item.
Well, I should have brought it up when Councillor Partridge is on item 10. I just too want to recognize our Economic Development Department in North Stam. We're bringing on 7 million square feet, 7 million square feet of new industrial space over the last 5 years. And it's exponential increase. There's a big interest in our industrial properties right now. And you know, you see with things like Amazon going up. And I guess my only message now is, other than to congratulate them, is that we've been talking for a long time that the only way we're going to get relief on residential taxes is through non-residential assessment. And I remember Tom Cruise's famous quote when he was a sports agent yelling into the phone, "Show me the money." So I'm looking forward to the growth in our assessment for our non-residential sector as we go through the budget process. I know we've got an estimate, but we don't have the actual number for 2021 coming from our finance department. So I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Clark, if you would for a second, you know, while we're on the economic development piece, yeah, you know, I want to congratulate our economic development department, you know, through the course of this pandemic and beyond. Their mission has been, as a direct result of Council's confirmation that our most significant financial challenge is the loss of commercial industrial tax base and employment opportunities. And how do we recover that over the long term? And I think that has been an ongoing focus for our economic development team. And I think they've done an outstanding job of continuing to focus on that issue, the evidence of that is everywhere. And it's not just about business; it's about employment. It's about employment opportunities, and through that, we also generate additional tax revenue. So, Councillor Partridge spoke of the growth at Clapperson's Corners and the welcome back of Westcam, which is now L3. Was in Burlington, or was in Hamilton, left to go to Burlington, is now back in a very significant way in Hamilton. With a numerous amount of employees, high-end, well-qualified, well-paid employees. Very important striker as well in that location. But then if we turn our minds to our airport employment growth district and the additional opportunities that are coming there as well in terms of growth, admittedly, largely in the massive distribution centers that I think has become the way of the future in terms of goods are being consumed in our community, whether we like it or not. So significant change from the kind of the localized retail sectors to now big box stores and major distribution centers like DHL and Amazon, and how people are purchasing their goods. And we're on top of that wave. You know, and again, we can lament the fact that that retail is shrinking. But the reality is that people find extreme convenience in sitting in front of their computer and clicking on an item and having that delivered to their home 2 days later. That's a hard thing to compete against. At the same time, we still want to continue to promote localized businesses, small to medium-sized businesses that are catering to localized needs and services in our community. And so we're always challenged by creating that balance to ensure that that we don't completely disadvantage those that are trying to stay in a localized business and providing specific services to our community. So I want to congratulate the team. I think Norm Schleenhan has stepped in and done an outstanding job. I'm not surprised because he's had many years of knowledge and experience, and he's putting that all into effect with his team to continue to drive, to continue to expand our future employment opportunities for the citizens of our community. We are not going to be a great community if we don't have jobs, and jobs are critical. Full spectrum of jobs is obviously the areas that we want to focus on, but the reality is we do not want to be, and we are not, a bedroom community to Toronto. We are independent. We are well-grounded in terms of industry and capacity and manufacturing, agriculture, agribusiness, all the categories that we've identified as opportunities, and all of them are seeing significant amounts of growth. And so that is a testament to the hard work of our economic development team, which, you know, it's always relationship building. And so, you know, whether you're traveling to our junket to India was all about relationships and, you know, looking to a massive market to see what we can attract to have them come to Hamilton. And those relationships take time to build. But you need to continue to support the economic development team to allow them to do the work that will develop those relationships into identifiable employment and tax creating opportunities right here in the city of Hamilton. So good work, continued good work, I'm sure, into the future. And it requires all of our support to maintain that drive, because it is the significant financial municipal issue in terms of taxation. We need to find a way of turning around the overt amount of pressure on our residential taxpayers and try to find some of that balance back into the commercial industrial tax base. By the way, it would be great if we could win the reassessment of the Stelco lands, which was a real whack in the head in terms of future tax revenues for the city of Hamilton, and I think that appeal is ongoing and should be rectified in favor of the city of Hamilton, because the land value there and the employment opportunities there are significant. And surely, hopefully, people of sound minds will come to the conclusion that an assessment of some $25,000 per hectare was ridiculous, and some reasonable numbers will be attached to that so we can recover some of those tax dollars. On that, Mr. Chair, temporary chair, Vice Chair, Deputy Mayor, thank you for
you have the floor, sir.
Say those first. Thank you very much. Additional speakers, second time, Councillor Partridge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very quickly, I missed item number 11, which is a tax incremental grant program. Approved the application for Wolcott Real Estate. I just wanted to mention that the building that they have rehabilitated was a heritage manor, and it was the Pearson Heritage Manor. We worked on it for many years on the Heritage Committee over the last couple of terms. And I was just so delighted to see that Wolcott Real Estate took over that building. They have rehabilitated it. It is absolutely gorgeous. They have expanded it. They have moved all their employees in there. And they have made it, just a thriving part of Dundas Street in the East End. And I just wanted to say how grateful I am to their investment and commitment. They're a long-standing real estate business within the community and even in Burlington and Hamilton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So there was a request made to deal with item 13 independently, so we're going to go to item 13 now, which is the updated instructions regarding local planning appeal tribunal appeals by McMaster and Mohawk College. All in favor or opposed, the vote will pop up at this point. Anyone having difficulty voting? Councillor Whitehead is not in attendance. Everyone able to vote? That's great. Carried. Thank you. On the balance of the public work, as stated, all in favor? Any opposed? And the balance of that report is carried. Thank you, that are here. I'm going to turn again to the Audit and Finance Administration Committee report. Councillor Clark, you have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations in that report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee report 12-001, being the meeting held on Thursday, January 14th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Are there items in that report that people would like to raise or discuss? Councillor Clark. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just let me open up the page there. So I just wanted to touch briefly on item number 4, if I may, the protection of privacy policy. I want to thank Andrea Holland, Lisa Burrows, and all the clerks who participated in this process. We have a population in Hamilton of 600,000 people, little over 10,000 businesses, and hundreds of thousands of personal records in our possession as a municipality. And so what this does is it puts in place basically privacy by design for all of those records. And then there is a proposal to add 1 FTE to support the administration of that policy. That, of course, will go to the budget process. But this was a long overdue policy, and it really does do an awful lot to protect the municipality from unintentional breaches of records as well as intentional breaches of records. So we will have in place a policy that actually ensures and gives direction to our staff and politicians in terms of what is a personal record and how we go about ensuring that it is not breached by accident or through some form of intentional mistake. So I just want to thank our staff. This is an excellent policy coming forward, and hopefully we can figure out a way to fund the support for it to ensure that the training can proceed in 2021. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and those are all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, this is... We're on the Audit and Finance, correct, sir?
Yes, we are.
Sorry, I just took a phone call from my father's nursing home, and I'm having another one in another half hour, so I'm going to be in and out. I just want to comment on the item number 1. This is regarding the extension for the demolition credit extension request. I actually had the time to think about Councillor Danko's comments at AFNA, and I'm prepared to change my vote from yes to no. I agree this property has been left to rot, collect garbage for years, and I understand that there's no applications in the hopper at this time. In fact, the one phrase that stuck out in my head from Councillor Danko was, the plans are on the back of a napkin. So I am prepared at this point to register my vote as being no for item number 1, please.
Okay, thank you. So you can oppose the current recommendation, and that will cause us to do an alternative. So I'll be on the speakers list as well. And right now we have Councillor Wilson. Can't hear you just yet, Councillor Wilson, for whatever reason. Might want to try using your computer audio. Take the headset off and unplug, and that might get you there. Still muted. So listen, I'm on the speakers list. Why don't you sort out your audio issues, and I'll ask Councillor Clark to take the chair for a moment so I could speak to the issue.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson would be right after me then, sir, if you remember that for me. So I'm intrigued by how we ended here in terms of a kind of 10-year development demolition credit, which has expired. That we have now indicated we're prepared to renew for a 9-month period, given that there hasn't been any movement in terms of the development over the past 10 years. So I'm quite familiar with the plaza and the mall. I find it that we're creating a bit of a double standard when we've rejected others in terms of development demolition credits. The Master Innovation Park being one of them, in fact, that we said, too late, 10 years is over, it's time for you to renew it or get on with something else. And so in this particular instance, we have a very kind of awkward situation where we've had a large part of a previous parking lot that was part of the mall site. A good deal of the mall location at the corner of Fennel and Upper James has been redeveloped. One portion of it was retained, the old mall, that then was turned into kind of a separate building with 10, 15, or 20 different stores in it that, as I understand it, they're prepared to demolish at some point as well and get development demolition credits for that. And so we're actually offering them a double benefit here by not only extending something that they haven't been able to do over the past 10 years, but should they decide to take down the old mall section that's fronting on or backing onto Fennel, they will also get development credits for that. And I don't have the number for that. And I did ask Mike Zagaric if he might be able to provide me with an estimate of what that benefit would be. I don't know you're able to do that, Mike, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think I'm going to put you on the spot. And yes or no answer. If you haven't been able to, that's fine. I understand that. But it's a development credit that is up in the tens of thousands of dollars as well. $19 per square foot. In fact, should they choose to demolish the old portion, and I would think that that old portion is in the tens of thousands of square feet as well. So we're talking significant amounts of money of benefit to them. Having said that, I understood there was potentially an amendment which causes me a little bit of concern, which I actually suggests that we expand the demolition credit for 5 years, but tie it to a residential component on site, which in the long run I think maybe not a bad idea. The problem is I don't want to give them an additional extension of the demolition credit at this point in time. You know, if they're smart, and like all malls today are rethinking their development process, their retail is shrinking. We know that. They are going to need to rethink how they're going to redevelop their malls. But you know what? They should not be taking advantage of taxpayers' dollars to be able to do that, you know, forever and always. And so I'm prepared to not approve item 1 as it sits today, and then require them to come back with an alternative plan. You know, they'll have to re-ask for development credits or demolition credits. They'll have to put forward a plan. There's no reason for us to give them a nine-month extension on that. They've already had a 10-year extension that they didn't act on. And, you know, I certainly don't want to be creating a double standard or a precedent that says, you know, in the future, you know, 10 years, just a guideline. Just, you know, ask for the 10 years and then come back and ask for extensions thereafter that, and it can go on and on and on. And that land can sit fallow, unused, underutilized for, you know, forever and always. And so I'm going to record myself as opposed to item 1 as it stands, and hope that we can come to a you know, a conclusion that we should not be offering up, you know, additional extensions for, you know, benefits for development that are there to inspire them to develop. And as we set aside the dollars to be able to give them those credits, which is taxpayers' money, and then they don't do it, we ought to be retrenching back and saying, let's just recover those taxpayers' dollars and utilize them somewhere where they actually intend to make a future development in the next couple of years rather than 10, 15, 20 years from now. So I would think, I thank those, you know, and I want to thank the mall operator. I mean, I understand what they're doing. It's they're looking after their interests, as they should. But we also have to look after the interest of the taxpayers and the interests of future developments in our community. And setting this kind of a precedent and double standard, I don't think is the right direction for us to take. So I'll be recorded, Mr. Chair, as opposed to item 1 as it's drafted right now, and hope that we can get back to no more. Sorry.
And Mr. Mayor, in your comments, you mentioned Mr. Zagaric, and you asked a question. Did you want to ask that question to Mr. Zagaric, or was it rhetorical?
No, you know, I'll ask him the question if he's been able to get the numbers on that estimate. And the problem was that we don't know the exact size of the building. Well, we could make some estimates, I suppose, but we do know it's $19 per square foot. So, Mike, have you been able to garner any additional information on that?
Yeah. So through the chair, through our through the chair and through our colleagues. Sorry, can you hear me? Through the chair?
Yes, I can. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. Through the chair and through our colleagues in planning, we have been able to estimate the square footage of the Remnant Plaza parcel at approximately 48,000 square feet. And if the future plans for that development were to include the demolition of that remnant parcel, they would be eligible for development charge credits at approximately $19 a square foot today's value, which would represent about $900,000 in total in development charge credits. So again, it would be subject to the demolition of that parcel. And I'll also note, and unfortunately, that parcel in totality is taxed, property taxed at about $923,000. I don't know what the property tax value of that remnant parcel is, but we would have to net off, you know, the foregone property tax value of that remnant parcel against any future redevelopment on those lands.
Appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. And so you know, the significant. I mean, this is an old piece of that mall. It was actually part of the original mall that they left standing, and then redeveloped the entirety of the mall into the big box locations as it sits today, and left that part as a kind of a remnant piece. I think Mike characterized it accurately, and the likelihood of them demolishing that is very high. And they have the ability to get demolition credits from the city of Hamilton based on the demolition of that property to the tune of some $900,000. So I think we're providing, you know, the kind of benefit here that I think is unreasonable. and I don't think we should be adding on to that additional benefit and extending the term even for 9 months. And again, as I indicated, I'll be recorded as opposed to item 1 as it's printed in the agenda. Thank you, sir. I'll take the chair back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have the floor.
And I will go back to Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the public's notice, I do sit on AFA, and I did vote against the extension of these credits. I just have, if I have a few minutes for the public to clarify some questions with our staff, if I may. To Mr. Thorne, from a planning standpoint, was there or has there been anything preventing this developer from developing that parcel to date?
So through the chair, no, there has not. As I mentioned at AFNA, there is delegated staff authority to provide extensions when the reason for the extension is that there were some sort of delays in the approvals. So that question was asked of me prior to it coming to council, and I deemed that no, there was not a delay in the planning approval that would justify using the delegated staff authority.
Thank you. I just think it's important for some of the members who don't sit on that committee and also for the public to understand that there has been nothing from a planning perspective that has prevented this development corporation from developing that parcel. Also, you mentioned, you did speak to the status of the site plan approval process during this time of COVID. And could you clarify for the public whether our site plan approval process ever stopped during this time?
So through the chair, no, throughout COVID, we did continue to process and approve site plan applications.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that, Mr. Mayor, there were members of the committee who were uncertain about this and did reference perhaps the economic conditions that were brought in by COVID. But these same economic conditions are also facing, as some of my colleagues have referenced, the residents of this city as taxpayers. And in fact, if you look at the financial overview of this company, they have not been damaged in any way by the conditions of COVID. In fact, as of last week, they paid out over $25 million to their shareholders. And they stated publicly, it's a publicly traded company, that they'll continue to do so each month. So that annualized, that's in the neighborhood of over $300 million. So my point is that this company can afford to develop. They're a multinational corporation. Their cash flow operations were not damaged last year. They have the ability to borrow money. They have not cut payments to their shareholders, whereas some of the payments that our own residents have been receiving have been cut. So I don't think it's in the interest of this community to extend and create a new precedent. The development charges credits were, as Mr. Mayor, you've rightly said, are there to try and get development moving. And I think it would be injurious for our community to extend that already long credit period even further. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as the ward councillor where Mountain Plaza Mall is located, this is my local beer store, my local liquor store, so I'm there quite often. I know that plaza very well. It was a good discussion at AFNA committee, understanding committee's desire really to see this whole site built out to its full potential, and for us as a city to realize the full tax revenue from that. And that's certainly my desire for the area as well. And that full build out would include mixed use and multi-residential construction on the remnant of the old mall that's there. Speaking to smart centers, my understanding of some of the staging, what they're intending is that they would build a new retail commercial plaza using this credit. Then they would move over the tenants from the existing remnant of the mall to the new commercial site, and then demolish the remnant of the existing mall to build that new mixed-use multi-residential. So the problem I think from a city perspective is that if we were to extend this credit for the commercial development, then we gain $250,000 a year in tax revenue, which is great. But then they once they move those tenants over and demolish the remnant, as General Manager Garrick said, they would get a new $900,000 development charge credit, and we'd also lose the existing tax revenue from that commercial component. And basically, we're back to square one, where they've reset the clock and they have a brand new DC credit available to them, and we have basically no net new taxes to the city of Hamilton, and we're dependent on them then to follow through and actually build out this site. So similar to my comments at committee, my preference would be that we deny the recommendation from committee and just deny this extension straight, flat out. But if that doesn't happen, there is an alternative motion that I did circulate, which would extend the credit to at least guarantee the multi-residential component of that. So I'm going to be voting against the AFNA recommendation to extend it for commercial, because frankly, the only benefit to the city of Hamilton is if they build that full multi-res mixed-use development. So if that is in fact voted down, and if there's a motion to deny, I'd support that. And alternatively, there's a fallback motion that was circulated to council as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I opposed this at committee. And the reason that I did is that this company, Smart Centers Real Estate Investment Trust, is a huge organization. And so we've given them 10 years to get their act together. They fail to do it. And then they come back to us asking us to extend the development credit, arguing that if we don't do it, they won't have the wherewithal to proceed with the development. But we're talking in 800, 900,000, I can't remember the exact number, Mr. Mayor, credit. And I was shocked by this statement from the individual that they couldn't proceed if they didn't have that credit. They most certainly have the wherewithal to proceed when they decide to do so. And so from that perspective, and again, what you indicated earlier, Mr. Mayor, that we have been consistent in the application of these credits and denying extensions after the time runs out, because we're trying to encourage development, not delay development. So from that perspective, I'm going to continue to vote opposed to this. I think the staff recommendation to deny it was a prudent one, and I will continue to support staff's recommendation if it ever comes to the floor. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. And I did have a question, if I could to Councillor Danko. So I appreciate all the comments, and I'm the one that moved the recommendation to the 2-year extension, 9 months that they have to have all their paperwork in. And I really appreciate the the conversation that has been created with regards to this direction. But to Councillor Danko's motion, and I know that he provided us with some information earlier. So Councillor Danko, just reiterate, so your motion has to do with the residential component, is that not correct? And the DCs, I just want to be sure, and what I was reading is the encouragement of the residential component.
If that motion was to be put on the floor, then yes, the development credit exemption would not apply to the new commercial. It would only apply to new mixed-use multi-residential.
Okay, so are you intending on putting that motion forward after this vote on this particular item?
I believe there's an intention to put a motion just to stick with the staff recommendation to deny, and if that fails, then we'd get to that motion.
I wanted clarification. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have item one motion on the floor. We can deal with it independently. It's going to be an independent vote. So I know where I'm voting, so we'll put the vote up and we'll see where we land and then we'll go from there. So. Right, yes. We're voting on item one as it's stated in the council record. And if that is defeated, then we can look at alternate motions. Anyone having difficulty voting? Everybody voted? That's great. And that is defeated. And if I could just ask Councillor Clark to take the chair, I would forward an alternate motion that the staff recommendation to deny the credits be the direction that we take on this issue. I'm not sure what the right wording needs to be, but it was in the original staff recommendation, I think. Sorry? Yeah, I think in fairness, you should display it so that all members of council are aware of what the original staff recommendation was, which was to deny. And I will move that recommendation.
I'll be happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. So as it sits, that the staff requests that the request to extend the city development charges demolition credits for the Mountain Plaza, Upper James for an additional 5 years to January 12, 2025 be denied, and that the subject matter respecting delegation from Kevin Rochman Smart Centers REIT regarding an extension to development charges credit be identified as complete and removed from the Audit and Finance Administration Committee outstanding business list. I would move that, and seconded by Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you want to follow through on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but unfortunately at this point I can't see any of the councillors, so I don't know the speakers list, so I'll have to rely on the clerks to advise me.
I don't know that we have one at this point. Anyone want to speak to that motion? I'm not seeing anyone. Thank you. So on that motion then,
so we'll call the vote then.
Yep, thank you.
And I'll have to rely on you, sir, to tell me the results. Yep. I'm sorry. I'm running blind here.
That passes 12 to 2.
Thank you. You have the chair, sir.
Thank you very much. Other the Public Works, sorry, the Audit and Finance Administration Committee agenda. Any other items? Seeing none. So on the balance of the agenda, it was moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. All in favor of the balance of the ANFA agenda, please indicate your vote. That's carried. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to item 6, which is the staff report. Councillor Clark, we need a motion for you to waive the rules to allow for this 48 notice period to be waived.
Thank you. I have that here. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that section 5.7-2 of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270, which provides that a minimum of 48 hours shall pass before a committee report is presented to council, be waived in order to consider the report PW 20068D/LS20039C respecting the City of Hamilton transfer stations and community recycling centers contract update.
Thank you. So that's to allow the waiving of that notice period to get this on this agenda. So please, all in favor or opposed to that? 2/3 majority required on that. And then there's, I believe, an intention to not discuss this further until we've had the in-camera update. And I know Craig Murdoch is on the line and will be when we do our in-camera update, and then we'll come back to the item in public session when we're done with the in-camera update. That's carried. Thank you. And so I have a motion then to move that we consider this matter until after the council rises from closed session. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Partridge. Any comments or questions? All good. All in favor of that then? Thank you. And that's carried. Thank you. I'm going to turn to notice of motion 8.1. Councillor Whitehead isn't here, but I'm quite familiar with this matter. And am I able to move that notice of motion on his behalf? So, Councillor Clark, let me give you the chair, and actually be prepared to move Councillor Whitehead's motion on the physician recruitment process. And it really is about, there are a number of whereases in that motion, actually, 8.1, that I think identifies quite clearly the journey this process has been on. But the reality is that there needs to be an extension provided to the contract to allow the current interim individual to continue on doing the work to coordinate and recruit physicians to come into our community. And as you well know, that we still are deficient in the recruitment area. We had a great recruitment individual previously that for about 10 years did a terrific job of attracting young docs and new trainees to the city of Hamilton, and it's still going to be quite an effort to ensure that we continue to do that. So the whole thrust of this motion is to do exactly that, to allow for an extension and then allow for them the time to find a permanent individual to continue to do that recruitment work. So, Mr. Chair, I know that Councillor Whitehead isn't here, and I know he's been passionately working on this as I've had certainly peripheral knowledge of the ongoing work of all of this as well. It is very, very necessary. And so I would be more than happy to move it on his behalf if I could find a seconder for that.
So this is a notice of motion. Do we need to waive the rules? If you could ask the clerk.
Yeah, the clerks are violently shaking their heads, which I haven't done yet.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, if you could move a motion to waive the rules.
I will do so. So moved by myself.
And seconded by Councillor Van Der Beek.
Right, that we waive the rules.
And so we'll have the vote now.
For the introduction to this motion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And if you could advise if that passes, and then you can move the motion itself, sir.
Councillor Farr. Okay. Councillor Marula, you voted on that? Thumbs up on that. Okay, that's carried, Councillor Clark.
So if you can move the motion
yes,
as written,
I'll move the motion,
and then I think it was Councillor Van Der Beek is willing to second it for you, sir.
Correct. And I'm not going to read all the whereases. It is quite extensive, but certainly explains the journey that this whole process has been on. But I'll read the two resolutions here: that the current physician recruitment program coordinator and practice advisor contract be extended from March the 1st, 2021 to provide a continuation of service to the physician recruitment program with the following changes: that the physician recruitment program coordinator and practice advisor report to the working group of the physician recruitment and retention steering committee, that the contract continue on a month-to-month basis until such time as the ongoing structure of the physician recruitment program has obtained the necessary approvals, and that the contract may be terminated by either party with 3 weeks' notice. And item B is that the physician recruitment coordinator contract, which expired April 15th, 2020, be renewed effective January 4th, 2021 to provide a continuation of services to the physician recruitment program with the following changes: that the physician recruitment coordinator report to the working group of the physician recruitment retention steering committee, and B or 2, that the contract continue on a month-to-month basis until such time as the ongoing structure of the physician recruitment program has obtained the necessary approvals. And then 3, that the contract may be terminated by either party with 3 weeks notice. Thank you, sir. That's the motion.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments from the councillors? And then if you could advise me if there's any.
I'm not seeing anyone right now.
Okay, we'll call the motion, please, or the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And that's carried unanimously by everyone that's here. Thank you, Clark. Appreciate that.
Thank you. You have the floor, sir, or the chair.
And
thank you.
We are at the statement by members, and I'm certainly in your hands, members of council. So it's 10 to 12. We could take a break now and then come back to statement by members and then head into in camera. What is your preference? Take a break now? No? Okay. Statement by members? All right. Good to go. So let's start with Councillor Wilson, statement by members. The floor is yours.
I have nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr?
Nothing at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there another time? You're reserving a spot for yourself later in case something comes up. Councillor Nett.
Thank you, Mayor. I will take the opportunity to share some words. 4 days after a violent storming of the U.S. Capitol, which was a deliberate assault on democracy, my office received a hateful and threatening voicemail by a disgruntled white resident claiming he was going to buy a machete, handcuffs, zip ties, and get someone to set up a shipping container and call on the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the Sons of Odin to unleash violent anti-Black racism to secure his neighborhood in Ward 3. He went on to say, what happened in the States is going to happen here. I share this today to anyone in our city who is willfully ignorant to how deep hate runs in our city, in our country founded on colonialism. To anyone who chooses to ignore facts and believe the falsehood that Canada is somehow exceptional, that we are not subject to the same degrees of social and systemic ills as the US, simply because you don't experience it. I must remind you, it wasn't long after the Trump's inauguration in 2017 that we began seeing hate emboldened right here in Hamilton. And though the spirit of solidarity runs deep in the people of the city, many have been harmed and continue to face various forms of discrimination, hate, and experience intimidation on our streets and across decision-making tables on the basis of their race, their sex, their gender expression, their ability, and their non-Christian faith. Let it be known, any hate-based threat and fear-mongering received by my office will be taken seriously. The Ward 3 office practices zero tolerance. We will not serve any resident who threatens our staff or our neighbors with hate or violence. Instead, as we did in this instance, we will report the act of hate, speak out about it, and act with even deeper commitment to democracy, accountability, and justice. Staying quiet about it is not an option. Filing reports isn't enough. What we need in our city is for every resident who truly believes in solidarity, in the possibility of unity, to take a stand and to engage. We need you now more than ever to stand for democracy, to stand up in the face of those who attempt to dehumanize, to speak truth to power, and to share your hope, and step up and help guide our city towards healing and justice. And on this historical date, to our neighbors in the South, and also in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., whose birthday is recognized globally this week, I ask us all to think about this quote. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that. And you know what? I'm saddened to hear, but not surprised that these kinds of hate things are happening in our community. I've been a victim of it myself, as many of us have, and it's a sad consequence of the elevation we've seen in the United States, and certainly elements of that are coming here. And so, certainly standing against it is our duty as a council, as individuals. And one of the hallmarks of what people that have been fighting this for decades have indicated, that when good people remain silent, we end up with what we just witnessed in the United States. We can't have that. And so, sorry to hear it's landed on you in this very significant way. You have our council's support. You have the support of police. I can assure you. These issues need to be documented, but also spoken of. So as you rightfully point out, just making a report quietly and unassumedly is not enough. We need to vocalize these issues. We need to talk them through. If we need to name and shame, we should do that, because there's no room for this kind of intolerance, hate, attack. And these are personal attacks. These are not kind of random efforts to raise issues of importance in terms of their feelings about discrimination. These are personal attacks filled with hate and filled with violence in many respects, and that requires our action, our attention, our vocalizing. And so thank you so very much for doing that, and I would expect that all members of council would stand with you and stand with you vocally and loudly to ensure that we can prevent this kind of elevation of the kind of hate that we're witnessing. We have witnessed in Canada, and I think to your point, we're not immune by any stretch. It's maybe a little bit more subdued in Canada than it is in other places, but it's on the rise, and we need to stand against it collectively and vocally and vociferously. So thank you for your sharing this, and so sorry you have to go through this. I'm going to turn to Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no updates this week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins? Nope. Okay. Councillor Jackson, I know you have updates.
Mr. Mayor, what would the meeting be without my updates? I'm just kidding. I have two.
I look forward to them. I've been looking forward to them for a whole month now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Two updates from a community project standpoint. This evening, Councillor Pauls and I are hosting the first Mountain Drive Park Task Force meeting that we have developed. This is for the wonderful 10-acre park that runs along the escarpment's edge at Upper Gage and Concession Street, where currently there's a host of park amenities, including a very old washroom building. And Mr. Mayor, I sent out about 3,000 letters, and Councillor Pauls, I know, did a door-to-door with the letter in her ward. And this will be the largest Citizens Committee task force in my 30 years on council that I'll be a part of. And I'm saddened that it's virtually, because typically, traditionally, pre-COVID, we would have met in the community room at the Sherwood Library or at Huntington Park Rec Center. There'll be close to 50 interested citizens, volunteers that have deep interest in participating in the future redevelopment of Mountain Drive Park. So along with staff, we're going to have a great virtual meeting tonight. Those that have registered at 6 p.m. tonight for a couple of hours. And I funded the initial design money for city staff so that we could begin a process. And we are going to embark upon some conceptual designs of what the community desires from this gem and jewel of a park, Mountain Drive Park, at the escarpment's edge of Upper Gage and Concession. I'll keep you and members of council posted as this meeting and the months ensue this year. And secondly, Mr. Mayor, as many families are trying to at least get in some outdoor activity through the recent state of emergency in the province, I want to thank our recreation department. They've been very supportive. About a half a dozen of my volunteers who give up their time, mostly dads, fathers, who are in the parks and and hosing down the areas so that there could be outdoor ice rinks. And of course, in concert with and with permission of our recreation department to ensure everything is being done according to permits and regulations. But I'm just so pleased and proud that families are trying to do their best to comply and yet get some form of social recreational outdoor activity. And I know there's a few other volunteers out there who have asked me, can they have outdoor rinks? Can they do the flooding of the neighborhood park like they used to do pre-COVID? I've told them yes, but ensure that they consult with my office and or through the recreation department. And for the ones that have come forward so far, they've gotten the approvals necessary. And so a lot of the kids can at least do some outdoor skating, play outdoor hockey, etc. at this time that we're living under this awful pandemic still. So I want to thank the volunteers, thank our rec department for in whatever limited way they can to at least provide recreational opportunities outdoors. And of course, the kids and dads and moms wearing masks and doing their best to social distance, even in the outdoor amenities. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pauls? Not seeing Councillor Pauls at the moment. Councillor Danko?
Sorry, nothing for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We know Councillor Whitehead isn't here, so Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councillor Clark from the bottom of my heart for taking over my deputy mayor duties for the month of January. Clearly, I would not have been able to step up. Other than that, I have nothing. But thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Absolutely appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to bring forward at this point. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson?
I too have nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I do, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, sorry for leaving the meeting earlier. My father just received his COVID-19 vaccine this morning. So the staff at Albright Manor wanted to get a hold of me and set up a FaceTime with him so that we can make sure he's okay. And he is, he's doing fine. But I'm so excited, and so are the staff. They said that this has just been a ray of hope for them right now.
Just to be clear, so just while you're on it, just to confirm that all of our long-term care employees and residents will be vaccinated by the end of the week.
That's amazing.
Notwithstanding the slowdown of the virus issues that we're hearing out there, the vaccine is available, and the vaccine is also available for a second shot for those that have had the first shot. So,
right.
You know, we're not stalemated on that one, but we're grateful.
I know, and I know that we're constantly saying, please be patient, please be patient. But I think in this case, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. So patience is most needed, and it will be rewarded. Mr. Mayor, for the first time in my 10 years here, my website on January calendar is empty. That means no events, no church dinners, no community fundraisers. So I'm letting the Glenbrook community know that I will be sending out a flyer shortly that will highlight nonprofit organization fundraising efforts. Please take the time to read it, and your support for these organizations during these unprecedented times would be so appreciated. I also want to put the residents on notice that our staff have been redeployed. As we all know, our bylaw staff, etc., have been redeployed to other positions that are COVID related. I know you want parking restrictions and bylaw to enforce property standards, but given our restrictions, unless it is an emergency or a safety related, your request will be put on a list and it will be dealt with accordingly. It may not be at the speed you are used to from my office, but please, again, be patient. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, as I just found out this morning from Albright Manor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, indeed. So we are redeploying a lot of people. So that, as opposed to, you know, hiring tons more, we're utilizing the staff that are available to ensure that we can continue to provide the public health measures. And that certainly is going to have an impact on some of the other work that we need to do. Not to be forgotten, but certainly may not happen at the same speed that people would have expected. So their patience is required. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be very short and appreciate the previous comments with regards to our bylaw enforcement because it is an issue, I'm sure, all over the city right now. I just had a conversation with the city manager yesterday and Mike Zagaric, and the concern I raised with regards to media and information to the public is there's a lot of people that really think our staff aren't doing anything. And believe me, I think they're all stretched to the limits. Working virtually is not easy, as I think we all experience. I have 2 laptops on the go when we have our meetings. It's not easy. It's very time consuming and with technology and everything else. So I want to commend our staff for everything they are doing, especially our medical officer for health and Paul Johnson. They've had a number of issues in the last while with our own city-owned nursing homes, and our staff have just been phenomenal. And I commend them and praise them for going to work every day and doing what they're doing, because I know it's not easy. So with that, I just want to add, I think it's most important. Yes, I'm hoping there is a light at the end of the tunnel on this COVID, but I think that we have to really reiterate to the public, please, please, please follow the guidelines, wear protective masks, stay the distance, stay home. This is the only way we're going to get the numbers down. And if I'm reading what Premier Ford and the medical officer of health provincially is saying, that unless the numbers come down below 1,000 a day, we're not going to be out of this lockdown. And it's just terrifying. So please, everybody, we have to all do our part. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Couldn't have said it better, and we'll be saying it often. But thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Appreciate it, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. I have a couple of items. The Skyway Bridge, we've been notified, will be closed January 23rd. That's just a couple days away for maintenance, which will increase traffic on the Red Hill and the Link. I don't believe it will increase any traffic on Stone Church through the ward, but I thought our residents should be aware of that. I want to thank our park staff, Kara Bunn and her team, and the Public Works team. They planted 6 large pine trees, 3 on each side of the Valley Park sign, which is a beautiful sign if you've ever seen it, with some lovely plants that are around it, and create and installed wonderful holiday lights, red and green. It was a spectacular Christmas display. When they put the lights on, it surprised everyone because no one knew it was coming, and it looked fantastic, and it certainly brightened the lives of many residents in our ward. So I sincerely want to thank staff for getting that underway. I wish to advise the residents that this year there will be RFPs going out and construction for the Mud Street Bridge and Mud Street rebuild from Paramount to Centennial Parkway, and Paramount, the north loop from Mud to Old Mud. So those will both be happening this year, and then the widening of Rymel will be completed. And finally, we're getting a number of emails and phone calls about coyotes. They have remained active. They always remain active. They don't really hibernate that much in the wintertime. But because there's little foliage within the trees, we're seeing more of them, and they are coming into residential areas. If the residents have concerns, they can contact my office, and we will provide them the recommendations that we receive from the Ministry of Natural Resources in terms of how we deal with wild coyotes in our communities. We cannot cull them. It is not permitted under Ontario law. The Hamilton Conservation Authority would also be happy to provide advice to residents in terms of how to deal with coyotes who may be in their community. And Mr. Mayor, it's simply an issue of we have encroached into their hunting territory because we have now built in Ward 9 very close to the Niagara Escarpment. And as a result, those residents who are now moving into those homes are seeing these coyotes wandering through their community. And of course, the coyotes are confused because they didn't see the houses before, and they're kind of figuring out this is our hunting territory. And of course, the residents are living there, so we have that conflict. So we'll be happy to provide the advice in terms of how to protect your family and property from coyotes, from the MNR, or from the Hamilton Conservation Authority. And that's everything. And I thank you for your services today as chair. You did an excellent job, sir.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So on that note, we are going to recess for half an hour so everyone can catch their lunch and whatever else they need to do. So I'm going to say 22, let's make it quarter to 1 back here, and we will finalize and move into camera and deal with the final items that are in the camera section. So have a nice lunch, everyone, and I'll see you at quarter to 1. That's moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Hand wave would be good. Nope. You need an official vote? Oh, all right. Hang in there. We need a vote. Thought I was good. Okay. We haven't voted in a while, as she says. I was just hoping to do an old school vote just for fun. Every once in a while, it makes me feel good. Yes. Yeah, I know, Tom. Tom, you're in favor of that. All right. Have a good lunch, everybody. I think they've already vacated. Yeah. Okay. See you shortly. you'd all go
Do we need
to,
to vote to go in camera? Because I know we
no,
voted.
we will do. I'll just get to that.
Okay, yep, yep.
Okay, so we're live now. Thank you. So if you'd all go on mute for a moment, and I will read out the appropriate motion, and then we will go in camera. So I need a motion at the appropriate time to move into closed session pursuant to section 8.1 of the subsection F and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18270 as amended. Oh yes, of course. Yeah. All right, I heard that. Sorry. Item 10.1 is the closed session minutes that we have to approve before we go into camera. So Councillor Clark, if you would move that, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek on the closed session minutes of December the 16th. I'd appreciate that. Any comments on that? There will be a vote right now coming up on your screen for that, and there it is. Councilor Winston is there and able to vote. Not come back yet. I know he had a 12:20 medical appointment. Not on the call at the moment. I don't see Councilor Marula either. Is not there yet either. Okay, thank you, and that's carried. Thank you, and then a motion to move into claim in closed session, section F and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city of or of a local board. So, members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoin the meeting, and we will wait up to 5 minutes once we open up the doors. I'm sure that the media has time to dial in as well. So on a motion moved by Clark, seconded by Vanderbeek to move into camera. All in favor, electronic vote required. And there it is. Yeah, the same number of folks. Councillor Johnson's thumbs up. Councillor Ferguson, thumbs up. Just hearing it now. Councillor Ferguson, were you able to vote? Okay, sorry. All right, that's carried. So we are now going to move in camera. And we'll give our staff a few moments to do that. All right, are we live? Thank you, and welcome back to our open session of council. I would need a motion to receive the Appendix A, Item 10.2, moved by Vanderbeek, seconded by Pearson. Thank you. All in favor, electronic vote on that. All able to vote, I trust, for those that are here. Madam Clerk, I'm seeing committee reports here. Did we finalize committee reports? Yeah, we're going to do that one. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm a motion to receive the City of Hamilton Transfer Station Community Recycling Center contract update. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor of that? And then we will rise from committee of the whole, and we'll do that now. And I think, Clark, you should have a motion to rise and report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the committee of the whole rise and report.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just before you do that, can I just ask one more question that's related? I keep hearing, my sense is, go ahead.
Related to what?
Related to this contract that we just spoke about in camera. I didn't raise it in camera because it wasn't mentioned going at my, I'll tell you my question. You could tell me whether it's out of order. I sense from our staff regularly, not just today, that when we talk about making claims against bonds, it doesn't get a lot of enthusiasm. I sense that they feel it's very difficult to tap in. I think the comment today was something in the order of, well, tell us when you get this resolved, the bonding company. I know the MTO during my time at Dufferin got away from bonding and went to a pre-qualification system. So I'd be curious to know how much we spend per year to purchase bonds for all the contracting we do. Because I'm not sure if we're getting value. It might scare you. If you look at $10 per thousand and look at what we're contracting a year, it's probably a big number. And you know, we self-insurance for accidents. Maybe we self-insure for this stuff. And rather than purchase these bonds, is that we put something in reserve to cover off these issues when they arise. And so I would like to know how much we spend per year to buy performance bonds and labor and material bonds when there seems to be a very strong reluctance to tap into them because they're not very the bonding companies are not very supportive.
I think that's a question that I think we should take offline, quite frankly. Certainly not appropriate at this point on our agenda.
Do you want to know the answer to that?
Of course, but I don't want to know the answer right now. So I'm gonna recommend that we take it offline, and then we can report back on that through information to all members of council, rather than you know, I think airing this in a public way I don't think is particularly the right thing to do, especially relative to the conversation we just had. So I would like to see our staff turn their mind to that, address the question, and come back with information to share with all members of council.
I'm puzzled by that answer. No, it's not okay, but
I'm not sure why, but I'll take it up with you after our meeting if you'd like.
Okay.
So I think our staff heard the question, and I think they can take that as direction to prepare that information and share it with all members of council. I'm going to turn to, and so we were at Rise and Report. Did we vote on Rise and Report? I don't call. We did? It's up now. So on a motion moved by Clark, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek to Rise and Report. All in favor or opposed? And that's carried. And final item is a bylaw and confirming bylaw on the bylaws, on the bills. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek that the January 20th, 2021 bills be passed and the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the mayor and the city clerk.
Thank you. And the bills are numbered 001 through to 008. And the vote will be up to approve the bills. Collective. And thank you for that. That's unanimous for all that are here. I will take a motion to adjourn. Thank you all for a very good meeting, and move to adjourn. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Partridge. All in favor? One last electronic vote. I really think it should be a standing recorded vote. I missed that too. Are you with me, Tom? Yeah, you can stand if you like. Yeah. All right, folks. Thank you very much. Great first meeting of 2021, and have a great rest of the day. Kisses to you too, Councillor Jackson.